Hey guys, what up? What up? We have another day, and with that, we are finally going to be switching to the high budget. And I see that. That means the mage blood has to leave this character. I also need to liquidate some. I kept saying I was going to all through today, and I really started doing that. However, I just never completed it. So actually, let's do this. Dread March. Oh. I understand why now. How much is this base? I got it for like 18 divine at the time. Not bad. Anyways, so yeah, it's time to switch to a mage blood on this setup. Oh, I almost forgot something else that needs to go. And that is this guy. Big plus chaos res is, well, that is kind of nothing. That's macro chaos res. And for macro chaos res, I think I can stomach the minus early res that it has. I just need to, you know, craft the rest of my gear for it. Then this is where we left off yesterday. Realizing we forgot this, and then we put it back. I'm in a spot where I think Lethe Shade would be maybe not actually. Like maybe it would have some effect, but I don't think it's worth the 2 points. That being said, I think this is fine. I'm going to need more dexterity coming from here if I am to completely forego dexterity everywhere else. But alternatively, I could have dexterity on this cluster, and I'd be fine as well. So I probably opt for getting dexterity on other sources as well. All right, what else am I missing here? AG survivability. I don't know that I would want to. I would prefer if my AG was tankier, so i.e. elemental army, over early damaging attacks. Personally, this makes him reflect immune, and that is really nice. However, this increases his max res to actually somewhere not baseline, like not 0, you know. Wait, what on earth? Oh, AG weapon. Looking what I was looking at AG. Yeah, so 80% with 85 cold res because of my aura. That puts his EHP at 500k, and he has some nice stats here. That being said, I would honestly like if we were able to get more levels on him. That includes getting a level from the wand, which I currently do not have. Where else can I get a level from? Let me think actually. This is currently level 3 gem. We could have Empower in place of Elemental Army. That ought to do quite a bit, honestly. It would buff his regen because his life will go up by quite a bit. So if I were to do this instead, Empower 4. And with Empower, we can swap in early damage attacks and Empower. So that kind of goes better because these are corrupted gloves. And now we have our res back to normal, but these max hits are already higher. This is way higher. This is also higher. This is higher. This is way higher. And EHP is also higher. So all in all, I think Empower is the way to go defensively, at least. Jeez, I'm hot. This is freaking boiling. Almost makes me feel like I showered a second time before stream. But alas, this is what I get when my apartment's vent isn't working pretty much.
We haven't got anything to disenchant.
We also have a 50 mil shipment that is going to be coming back in 48 minutes. So we're going to be seeing how that does as well. So I guess to make the changes, what do I need? I have the amulets. I need the boots. I have the belt. And the helmet stays is basically this. So I will just need to change this from dexterity because I don't need dexterity. I need to craft one that, or I need to buy one or craft whichever one that is strength, life, and res. Something like this is worth how much? Yeah, it's worth a decent chunk of currency. So I'll probably either sell this or I keep it for someone else because I tend to have builds that kind of need dexterity. So it wouldn't surprise me if I need it again. If I keep that one though, does this one? Yeah, it's fine. This one requires a much higher level, so we keep it. So Mage Blood, Flask Rolling, this becomes the one unique, or and then I take, instead of one of these, I go for this guy with immune to bleeding until I can afford an Adorned, which honestly Adorned is a big part of this swap, so I should get one. Yeah, I'm not paying 14D for that, but yeah, good luck. Let me think. Adorned. $85 starting. Nine divines. I think 9 divines is fair. Then we'll start doing everything else we need to, i.e. crafting other jewels. Then mercenary wise, I think we're going for a Doriani Merc. The exact same setup as the one we have on the other guy. What's his face? Except we're going to take away all the corrupted items and just fill it with, and use Evolve's Vision instead. Makes me think though, do we just use that guy? He does have Wrath, like Falling Reverend. Reason I think it's still worth using Kineticist is Haste Aura. Haste Aura is, or was, the best DPS, but I guess we take with With a Doriani, that should change, honestly. So if we go from this and this to Wrath, 104 mil. Yeah, it's still not. It's this still produces more results. So yeah, that's why we go kineticist, and then being able to use. Sure, come get it. I dropped this one today with fracture crit multi imbued. Thank you. Yeah, that actually gives us some currency for this. We'll start out on 85. Straight up. Thank you. So that's piece one. Next is I need just how many Abyss jewels. Oh jeez. This apartment has no business being this hot. Jesus. It is bad. No business being this hot. Thank you. How many flats do I need? Accuracy, accuracy, so 2 of them. Now for number 2. $80 and that's $90. Thank you. These guys are going to hard carry my. They're going to hard carry my accuracy. So let's see. What is T1? What is T1 physical damage looking like on Ghastly Hydrals? We're not going to corrupt them. Oh, we have to corrupt them. Larry. Let me see. Does POE.re have this? Okay, cool. And now may the alt spam begin. Space them out a bit so I have more processing time. Honestly, what am I doing? Let's buy more of these, shall we? We needed that. We're rolling for flaring ourselves, so we might as well just get attack cast speed fractured. I guess these are 2 minion attack speed. Is this it? Yeah, it is. 6% attack speed, shall we? Non-corrupted, of course. We're getting a fractured one, they might as well be. 4 divines. Okay, what about flaring? Okay. I see how it is. You know something dumb? I forgot to check eye level. They're both good. Eye level 83 minimum. What are the odds I naturally roll minion attack speed? I guess it's fine. So I guess for now we leave these blank. How many of these do we need? 1, 2, 3. Well, we have 2 of them. So 1, 2, 3. 3 of them, and then have multiple eye level 83. jeez. Need 3. Actually, I'll take them all. Screw. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? Yeah, all 2C each, so 14. Thank you. So we have the fracture there. Next, we also have to get a cobalt. With minion accuracy fractured. No, sorry. Already got it. 26%, I think was it percent. You too. I saw one who didn't post it too long ago. Guess let's try the one Diego. You know what? What's the worst that can happen? You don't respond? Eh? What's the worst that can really happen? Thank you. So some of these, like, if I hit, and I also need to make sure I have. I don't know how I'm going to do this, but let's see something. Hmm. Yeah, they all highlighted. Magic jewels only. Okay. Now if I do this and I say or, and I give this guy, and I remove this and this, it works. So can I do the same thing with life? We'll find out if it works. Pretty, like, shouldn't even take too long. Wow. Yeah, that doesn't work. We're gonna be here. Well, no reason to treat the fractures. We're gonna be here a while. Do y'all even exist at this point? Okay, so it's just clay you don't want to hit. I want to say it doesn't need to require both to match. If I see one, please let me know. It's like, how can we go so many clicks without seeing a single color? No successes, just failure. Finally got one of them. All this just to miss naturally, but like I said, it's not a 6% attack speed. I guess it doesn't need to be 6% for the first batch. Oh, because for all I know, the corrupt can actually just break it. I don't know if I plan on locking it before. Maybe I should, just to make sure I don't poof it. Jeez, I'm already getting tired of this. Why is it taking so long to hit one? I have half a mind to just buy a fractured attack cast speed basis, because this is actually ridiculous. Let's see, what is the weight on this? It's easier with resonators. The thing is, I need them magic. So if I resonator it, I'm going to then need to still annul it down. Because like same thing. I can reforge fizz, like if I were to do this. Let's use one of these. I can reforge fizz, though that's expensive. I can. I'll do it. I'll change it to the amount of yellow juice. Yeah. Resonators are kind of the same thing where it's like I'd have to spam it until I get the resistor in question and then I have to annul it down to magic. So I might as well just, you know, keep it magic to start with. It is boring as hell, but it's what I gotta do. The fractured ones are a bit on the easier side though. Wait, can I even annul it down? I can't craft prefixes can't be changed, so I can't even I can't take it back to magic if I make it rare. Otherwise I'd be saying bye bye to the mod I actually want. Yep, go to this guy right here. I have eaten every single attack speed I have seen so far. Alteration orbs are finishing on my inventory. Tell you, one of you is going to glow, right? This is blowing my mind how rare it is. What is the percent chance it rolls? One. Oh God. It's less than a 1% chance. This is a 1 in like 200. Maybe slightly more. So 1 in 20 or something. That is nasty. All right. Give me a quick second. I shall be back. Okay, I am back. Might still have to dip to do something, but let's try. Let's continue trying to roll this. At this point, I have clicked over 200 times, so I'm surprised I still haven't gotten. I'm very surprised I still have not gotten Fizz. You know, like that bit surprises me. All right, I am back. Let's continue crafting these, shall we? Do you know how low the likelihood of me slamming is like T1 Fizz? Sure, anything else doable. Fizz that we've been slamming for so long. The guy that is like 13 divines fractured. Okay, shipment is here, but we need to go check that. I have a feeling about this one. Of course.
What's up? What's up?
I'm good. Trying to craft my adorn jewels and eating
See the
shit
news?
for it. What's that?
You see the news?
Not seeing any news.
Alright, maybe you should look it up, buddy.
Okay. I need a break from this anyways. Let's try something. Let's just test. Okay, it's working at the very least. All right, what is this news? While we're at it, we also still need to watch a Sargog video as well on the topic of news. So let's see. PoE 2. Now that PoE 1 has had its league after the long demand from like PoE 2 enjoyers. Let's see. Now that PoE 1 has had its league, it's time to talk about our plans for what's next on PoE 2 content updates. When the next PoE 2 content updates will be released. PoE 2 has a lot of new players, so we thought it'd be a good idea to explain how our updates work. Major updates for PoE 2 are released every 4 months. Since 0.2.0 was in April, that means the next one will be in August, and the one after that will be in December. Our big updates, including the one coming in August, include a leagues are fresh economy for you to experience the new content update in, but they also have exclusive content that's only available in the league. Leagues usually contain a new combat mechanic, new reward, new crafting options, and new bosses. During the league, the new content will appear in every area, giving you a new experience while playing through the game. After the league ends, we have a chance to work out how we'll integrate the content from the league into the base game. Meaning it's a great way to introduce new things while still giving a chance to fix any problems before the game is over. Before they are in the game forever. After the league is finished, all your characters and items move to standard league where you can continue to play them, but most players usually want to play in the next league. Of course, this next for the date, 0.3.0 will be released on August 29. Holy. So they announced the release date before they announced GGG Live. That's interesting. It's a little later in the month than we had hoped, but this is a big update, and there are a few other constraints we had to work around. And after the content of the new release around 1 week beforehand, we look forward to showing you guys what we have been cooking up. So we have till the end of next month, which means
When is LE again?
It wasn't in
The week
mid.
before?
It wasn't mid.
So 2 weeks?
I think so.
Give you guys leeway. Don't say they didn't do.
Exactly. And this thing,
The game's going down in half an hour for 15.
this means that PoE 1's next league is going to be in, well, November. So PoE 2 can't be December. And the reason I say this is if we're getting August 29th, there is no way it's going to be ready by October 29 and December. Like, it's not happening. So odds are getting November first week or something, maybe second week, likely first week. And then we're going to get PoE 2 December around Christmas, because they really like that release time. So they probably wouldn't let us have the full 2 months because they want to have that release in December near Christmas. But yeah, I think that is going to be what we can expect, and that's if we get in December. They don't like January, so like they are going to try their best for December. So we'll see how it goes.
There are a lot of playing, which is good. Like TLI will come out, LE will come out. So
Yep.
we're back to a normal pace. PoE 2 players getting the most insane heads up the PoE 1 players don't get, but it's all good. Am I wrong?
I mean,
Right.
you've seen their Reddits. You've seen the Reddits.
Patient one on Gabo is so good. Why is the game going down though?
There was a patch for PoE 2 that just posted on the new section for PoE2. I don't know about why PoE1 is going down. I'm tired of rolling for this mod. T1 phase is a myth. T1 phase is nothing but a myth. It doesn't exist. That's T2 phase. I'm not going to settle for T2. If I'm going big, I'm going big. I guess I could have settled for T2 on the accuracy fractured basis, because those guys will likely be replaced when I'm ready to start looking for Val Orb. But I think to get into it, I don't want to look for Val Orb just yet. I feel like that's expensive. Give me a second. Okay. Just to cross check again. You need eye level 83, right? Yes. You're eye level 83, right? Yes. Shit is a freaking myth. All right, so let's see. T1 phase orb of alteration. There's 1 in 227. I haven't seen this in the thousands at this point. Well, I guess thousands is an exaggeration, like over 1,000. So like this 1 in 200. I don't know that I got the memo. Like, are you all sure the face got the memo? And just to confirm again, I don't need to hold Alt to see affix names, right? Like flaring for fizz. I don't need to hold Alt for that to highlight, right? I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I'm pretty sure I didn't have to do that for the lightning, but at this point I need to question everything I think I know. Like there's no other way except alt rolling to get this. I can't reforge, I can't fossil craft, because in both situations I can't make it magic again. $700 more down. I'm out of alterations. How many alts did I have before I started this? I had the 1932. All gone. I haven't seen a single T1 fizz. That isn't normal. That is just straight up no normal. The fuck? How many alts do you have? Yeah, 1100 more. Surely this time's the charm. Find a fucking Lee to exist. Jesus. With how long it took me to hit it, I'm just going to buy fractured bases because fuck that. Can't even imagine trying to hit it with non-fractured bases and then doing the whole annul stage just to hit what you want. Like, no. Miss me with that shit. It's 15D. One D for 4%. What about a 5? $6D for a 5% fractured. Okay, we're going to do this. We're going to buy 4% until we're ready to upgrade to 5%. But here's the thing: we adorned my 6% would become 7%. Would become 11%, whereas my 4% is becoming 7%. So you do this across 3, and you have a total of like 12% AS you just don't have access to. But that being said, I don't know that I'm willing. I mean, if this guy sells it for a divine, I'll buy it. But that's it. They buy it. They sell it for the divine. They aren't, as expected. What else is a good suffix? Minion move speed is not a bad one. Probably want at least one minion move speed. So let's actually get that. Thank you. I only want one movement speed.
I'm out to BC. I'll be back later.
All right, have fun. Okay, so we have one more accuracy, and then we're supposed to get minimum 2 more. So 1. Let me just confirm real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 ghastly eye jewels, and out of those 5, 2 are accuracy. So that means 3 fractured. Eh. We'll take a break for now. We'll take that break, and in the meantime, we're going to check what our shipment yielded. Let's see.
Check out what came in from the canoe.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Well, I've been waiting for, at least. For context, this is what the shipment looked like. Let me go get it. There. So we sent 1.1, basically 1 mil wheat and 525k blue xanthemum. Oh, that is beautiful. No suppress. Did we get? We got 2D max ES tattoos. Ooh. Chance to block. Anyone? That's what we're talking about. All right, 4 mirror shards, 5 divines, only 1 sacred orb. So like we're chilling. Before we do anything, let's sync this up.
There's a whole load of baubles ready to be looted.
So ES tattoos are the more expensive ones. Then we have the 4 mirror shards, which is like 120D by itself. How much did I spend on dust? I had to buy like 10 like I spent like 18ish D, 20ish D, give or take, like 18ish onto 16 to like 20 D on dust just to get it out.
Yes. Yes.
So realistically, the profit is like 100 D, something like that. But I mean, I would say worth. That's 6 mirror shards in 2 shipments. Need to deal with that. But yeah, now we just keep getting our blue xanthemum and go. We have 7 dust and going for another set. Now we can do this. $600 divines now with 170. 4 mirror shards priced at 40ish divines. Wait, are they? Last I checked, they were like 30ish. Ooh, they're 40. They've gone up in price since I got the first 2, so I've actually made money by just holding on to them. So that's 40 here. This mirror shard bank is going to be the nest egg for my next build. And my next build, I haven't spoken about it on stream because I literally came up with the idea last night after stream. I went deep into this rabbit hole of like things to do, things not to do, what has been done, what hasn't been done, what can I do that feels new and would actually like feel new as a playstyle. And I got a pretty neat idea. I don't know how well it's going to perform. Realistically, I don't know, but I'm willing to bet clear-wise is going to be insane. The question is single target and how will it compare its juice content. I suspect it's not going to at all and it's going to be shite. However, I can't be asked. It excites me, so I'm going to do it. It's probably going to be something I make a video on, not as a guide, but just to talk about something I did. Pretty much. All right, now that we got four mirror shards and like we're chilling, we might as well just, you know, spend some money. I actually didn't want to spend a lot of money on this swap, I'll be honest, which is why I'm trying to like min-max currency and all of that. But let me actually think. Oh, by the way, on the next build, as a teaser, I already spent 836 divines on it, just impromptu. Didn't expect to, but like the moment I got the ideas and I realized some of the things were very niche, I just went to splurge on them. So one of which was this skin of Kulamak and the +2 AoE +2 minion Yalas. So it's going to be a fun project. I don't know if it's going to be good, like I said, but it's going to be fun. It's going to be very, very different from what I'm used to. We have move speed. I said we're going to splurge. So if we're going to splurge, this means give me a second. Okay. Where was I? Since we've gotten six, we have 6 mirror shards right now. Do we spend them? That is currently 240 divines in just mirror shards alone. All right. Now I shouldn't have to go for a bit. What? How much is it? 6. I don't liquidate those mirror shards. It's 15D for the base. A Black Morgan is a divine, so each lock is also going to be its own amount of currency. I kind of want to craft the jewels and just forget about it. Like genuinely, I think that's what I kind of want to do that. So at the minimum, I'll buy one of these at this price. Point 6 is 125.
What was I doing again?
Thank you very much. So that's 1, 2, 3. And we said we need at least one more. Or was it 2 more? It was 2 more, right? Wait, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, one more. 5. Fine. Fuck it. If y'all want me to be broke, I'm gonna be broke. All right. Bring it. 15D. I have no divines anymore. I am broke. Thank you very much. All right, we are broke, but we have what we wanted. So then we're going to be doing some brother in Christ. How did you close? I mean, I don't need you. Anyways, all right, so now that we have full fractured bases, what we can do, require that both match, would not. It just means now we don't need to worry about minion ASCS. We just need to worry about Fizz. Genuinely, that's what we need to do now. So these 7, I'm probably not using them, but yeah. So let's do this. I have my second win now that I have actually gotten a success, and I have spent all my divines. Now I feel lucky. all the bad luck we spent it much earlier on not getting fizz or flaring, so we go for mirror shards. So with all this new found luck, hopefully we haven't finished it. Hopefully. Why does this game make us click so much? Ooh, okay. See, it's that's why it's good you have 3 bases, so you do not. You should do this. It should be like this. Like I would have rode over it if I didn't catch, if there aren't as many steps between it for me to see the light color. Okay, in this set of 2k, in the last set of 2k we got no flarings, and this one we've gotten 2. It's decent progress. We have 4 minutes until okay, I'm looking forward to taking a break from this clicking. The 4 minutes cannot come soon enough. By the way, the one that got the thing is at 6% attack has speed. Okay, cool. Oh. Surely you are actually going to, you know. Pick up one more flaring before the maintenance break. It is not meant to be, it looks like. Oh, I was like, don't tell me it's already time. We have a minute. Flaring, do it. Come on. My dude, come on. Okay. Switch zones. Close the game. For good measure. And let's pull up Sargog, shall we? Uber Maven farming. All right, Sargog. Here we
Well,
to
howdy all, grab yourself a drink.
information.
For some Path of Exile 2 discussion. That's right, we've actually got something on Path of Exile 2 after a long focus on Path of Exile 1 on the channel. And that's because Grindy Gear Games has just put out a major interview where Jonathan went over to China to talk with the Chinese player base, a number of their representatives, and also to make a number of announcements, a number of discussions about the launch of the Chinese version of the game. Now, I'll put a link to my summary of the interview, which is over on the Path of Exile 2 subreddit down in the description below. And that will also contain...
Here we to sub automatic 80 posts and the model likely not spam much at the moment.
Subreddit down in the description below. And that will also contain a link to the original interview as well. There's a few particular things that I think are worth your while knowing about here. Firstly, this interview was obviously intended for the Chinese player base first and foremost, so there is quite a Chinese focus to the interview. So there's a fair number of things there that won't apply to those of us that play on the Western version of the game, but there are also a number of things that will apply to us. The Chinese server is going to be coming this year. The business model will start out the same as the early access model that we've got for the international server, and the pricing of that for Chinese players is subject to commercial negotiations taking place at the moment. Now, they're planning to add full Chinese language voiceovers, and also there'll be a couple of differences from the international version. Some of those will be cultural reasons, but probably most of them will be due to just the different regulatory environment in China. There's also the potential for some Chinese-specific MTX in the future, although one of the things that was suggested I think would sell pretty well over on the international servers as well, and that would be a Panda shapeshift model for the Druid, which is something that Grindy Gear Games did not commit to, but that was raised by
Panda.
some players that were there.
Oh.
The structure of the interview was that there were very different segments of
I'd
the
like
Chinese
that.
player base represented. So there were 5 different people that were brought on as panelists. These were players and content creators. One of them was an esports type. One was a power gamer that's not an esports player. And then 3 people that were more representative of the rest of what you might term the endgame player base. There were a number of questions that were taken both by Jonathan and also by Boo Boo. I apologize if I'm butchering that name, but he's the project leader of the Chinese server. And there's a number of jokes thrown in. Everyone speaks in their own preferred language, and everything is subtitled in English. And so if, like me, you can't understand a word of Chinese, it is still able to be followed. Some of the things that came up in terms of points of discussion. Firstly, there was a lot of discussion of difficulty, and one of the things that grinding gear games consider at the moment is that many skills feel underpowered, and if you pick the wrong one, then the campaign can feel too hard.
I think they already addressed this with an interview with Talkative Try, where they're like, they did not design skills in PoE2 with the focus of each one being workable by itself, and as such many of them cannot function on their own if you were to just try to make it in, like, if you were to try to build around it essentially. And that is one of the bigger things that we're going to try to focus on in 030
GGG have a plan in place
or 0.3.
This is coming in 030. There's also plans to increase the amount of XP that players gain from levels 95 to 99, and the details of that are to be confirmed. For the campaign,
at current XP values, I don't see myself ever getting a level 100 character. I'm just being very, very honest. Like in PoE1, sure, I can see it because I think PoE1's XP is very decent. PoE2, on the other hand, I don't think I have the patience to play one character that long. I would rather just play another build, or that is kind of how I play PoE in general. The only difference is like PoE2, goddamn, that shit takes a while.
The single most important announcement I think in the entire video, other than the trade ones, is removal of Cruel might be sooner than you think. However, no date is provided there. And then,
I mean, we knew this already. I'm not sure when exactly it was mentioned, but in an interview in the past, he said it's where by being able to create the campaign, a lot of that asset can be used to create endgame content. So it's a more efficient and smarter plan to add the acts one after the other rather than all at once, because then that would actually allow them to use those assets elsewhere. I can't remember which interview this was though, but like that is what I remember from that interview. So we already knew this.
A tutorial is going to be added early into the campaign, because one of the things GGG have noticed is that players that are brand new to the genre, they're not necessarily transmuting their first weapon that they get. They're not necessarily doing other things to craft it, like throwing an augmentation on it. And the players that aren't are really, really struggling early on. So they want to make sure that that is clearer to do. So that's going to be coming as a tutorial very, very early in the game. And likely for veteran players, all that means is one guaranteed transmute drop that will be somewhere early in the game. A number of things were raised related to mapping and the mapping experience in general. Now, this is something that was talked about at quite a few different parts of the interview, so I've not tried to keep this in exactly the order that topics were raised in the interview itself. Some of the things that are mentioned in this section were quite late in the interview, but grinding gear games, particularly Jonathan, they still want more unpredictable events in endgame. A lot of players give the feedback maps feel too large, and grinding gear games are interpreting that in general as maps feel too sparse instead. And their goal is that whether a map is large, whether a map is small, they think it'll feel better when there's
let me finish.
For wild stuff to happen. Now, I do think there are two problems that Jonathan didn't address here, or that Jonathan's solution of just having more wild things happening isn't going to solve. The first of these is when you've got a map that is just kind of in the way on the overworld, and you just want to get past it because you want to get to something juicy that's behind it. In that situation, you kind of don't have any way to really expedite running that map quicker. And that, I think, is a common complaint players have, that these solutions grinding gear games are raising don't really address. The other thing that comes up here is that sometimes you want to laser focus on a particular type of mechanic. So you want to run as many breaches as you can. Well, that means that the rest of the map, after you've done the breaches that are present in it, if there are any,
worthless.
The rest of the map feels like a bit of a chore. And if the map is guaranteed not to have any breaches, then you're probably just going to throw a tier 1 scoured map in there just to get it out of the way and then move on to the next map. So there are a couple of problems, I think, although I do also think that just making maps denser and making maps have more chaotic events in them, it's going to make things feel better, but it's also not a silver bullet solution that addresses everything. Now, during early...
I agree with Sir Gog there. He made a really good point. My counterpoint to this argument that GGG responds with has always been the same, and I don't think it's been proven wrong yet. and it's that no matter how much unpredictability or, you know, variance or whatever you put in the map, it sometimes you just want to get a map over and done with because you're trying to beeline it somewhere, like Sargok said. But even more so, the combat in PoE2 just doesn't allow for a number of enemies to make the map not feel sparse. And if it doesn't feel sparse, we do not, then what the average combat experience is asking for can't handle that level of density. It's not PoE1 in that we can't clear them quite with the same efficiency. So if they were to make the maps really dense and whatnot, then many builds would just struggle. Now, you granted you still have your lightning spears that are going to blitz everything and not have a care in the world, but like for every one lightning spear, there are like 5, I don't know, skeletal warrior skills out there that just can't AoE or something, or that can't properly clear quick enough. And I think those are two very conflicting goals they have for end game maps that the overall gameplay in general that I have no idea how they're going to fix, but they have to like actually pick a struggle, because trying to have it both ways is just going to create very, very awkward situations where you can't quite the meaningful combat in quotes can't quite be dodged. You can't quite avoid abilities, all these things, because there's too much being thrown at you at once. And on the flip side, you can't clear it efficiently enough. It either evolves to you don't care about what's on your screen, you just care about blowing it up, and you blow everything up without a care in the world, and the combat is like PoE1, or the vice versa is just on fun and you're just getting stomped, or you're taking too long to clear like 0.2's launch, you know.
Early access, most new mechanics that are added to PoE2, there'll be reworks of PoE1 leagues. However, post 1.0, the intention is that new leagues are mostly or always new. One example of one of these reworks that was called out explicitly, I've said for a while that Asmiri Wisps are basically Torment done well, and that's exactly what they are, and Jonathan explicitly mentioned that was the intention here. This is Torment, but minus the things that make Torment bad, and plus a few things that just make it more reliable. Now, one of the tensions that comes up that a lot of players will raise about mapping, this came up explicitly from the panel, is that there is a tension between wanting to explore the Atlas and hunker down near good towers. And Grenadier Games are trying to solve this, but they don't have anything to currently announce on this. They do have some significant changes in the works, but they've got something currently that, whilst not perfect and not even particularly good, the tower system is at least functional, it's at least reasonable, and so they don't want to scrap that and replace it with something worse. So they've got to be convinced that whatever they replace it with is going to be better, and that's what they're working on. Now, this may or may not involve replacing the concept of towers. That wasn't clarified, but it'll be some significant overhauls that they are working on at the moment, but it's not guaranteed that it's going to be in 0.30, and it's not guaranteed that it's going to solve particular dislikes people have. Classes came up next, and there were a couple of things discussed about minion builds. One player mentioned the topic of minion AI, and Jonathan responded to this by saying he's aware of two major problems that they're trying to solve at the moment. The first one is minion pathing collision issues.
Minion pathing.
Walking into each other rather than walking closer to the monsters. The second one is minions dying to boss slams. They acknowledge
It depends on the
issues, and
it depends on the map, and I would say it's largely been improved, but there are like some very serious ones. And the one, like, I mean, I don't know if Jonathan mentioned it, but like the biggest one that comes to mind immediately when I see this is storm mages trying to attack when they are out of range. Like, that should not be the case. They shouldn't be, and they will just sit there just attacking and doing no damage until you intentionally move them forward so they can actually hit. So that should never happen. That's like, just period, it shouldn't. And then of course this guy is actually a big issue
that they want to solve them. No promises were made as to a timeline. Next was a question of melee in Path of Exile 2, We've got the fastest weapons, the spears. We've got the slowest weapons, the mauls. We've got one thing that's sort of in between a little bit, and that's the monk and the quarterstaff. But what they're hoping is that when they add medium speed melee weapons, which will be the sword and the axe, that this will really improve the feel of melee for people who hate mace gameplay, which does seem to be a very large percentage of Path of Exile 2's player base. I'm sure that there will be a small number of people that love the way maces feel at endgame, but I'm not one of them, and I don't think there's very many of these people. So Grinding Gear Games are aware that there's a couple of issues here, but they think that the main solution is just going to be to get the axe and the sword into the game, and swords are coming before full release or at full release. So 1.0...
So it might not be anytime soon.
Now 0.3.0, there is a major goal that they've got, and this relates to classes, which is significantly improving build diversity by upgrading both unpopular ascendancies and skills. However, this prioritization may come at the cost of other major features being added, and it's entirely possible that there will not be a new class in 0.3.0 as a result.
Did we get patch notes today? No. No, these are the last set of patch notes. So like, why did the servers go down?
Result. The potential for 0.3.0 to not contain a new class was something that has been pulled out of previous interviews. It wasn't explicitly stated in this one, but it's something I felt was worth raising here because it does relate.
That I kind of knew. Like they mentioned it, and in the talkative try one where they just said like, yo, before we were results oriented, you know, and that's what led to the delays in seasons. We used to be date fixed, but now we're not. We're feature fixed, and that created all these issues. So we're going back to being date fixed, and that might, you know, come with like stuff like, you know, classes not being ready for like a new class not being ready for like 0.3.0, but you know, it is what it is. That was something we kind of expected, or they inferred, I guess. Maybe they outrightly say the way I did.
Underperforming skills up to a decent baseline, and that will come at the expense of not prioritizing other things. Grinding Gear Games are looking at each class, what skills are worst or least played on it, and then they're asking themselves, right, how high can we push this right now? How functional can we make this right now? Is it just that players haven't discovered any of the ways to make this skill good, or is the skill genuinely terrible? And then that is a metric for whether or not the skill needs to change, and if it needs to change, by how much. Another major design philosophy change that I think a lot of people will like. They want each component of the combo to be non-awful on its own in 0.3.0. Now that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be fantastic, doesn't mean you're going to be beating Arbiter 4 with it, but it does mean that it's good enough that for every skill there is a story why someone would choose to use it. There was also a bit of discussion of mechanically slow skills here, but it sort of felt like it was contradicting what was talked about earlier when they were talking about two-handed weapons, so I'm not really sure what exactly is going on there. Hopefully 0.3.0 announcements will provide some more info on that. After that, there were a number of questions related to itemization and crafting, but probably the most important thing here, and I'm going to give a really extensive quote from a little bit before 28 minutes into the interview. Grinding Gear Games discuss the trade philosophy, which is a little bit different to their past manifesto, and talking about inflation as a thing they want to combat via friction, rather than item convergence, which was a thing that tended to be talked about more in the past. Now, to their past manifesto, and talking about inflation as a thing they want to combat via friction, rather than item convergence, which was a thing that tended to be talked about more in the past. Now, friction can be either the friction that's imposed by gold when you're trading through Faustus in Path of Exile 1 or Alva in Path of Exile 2, or it can be the time friction that is imposed by doing trades that are through the website and the old system. Anyways, around 27.75 minutes in, there is this extensive quote, and I've copied down what
Containment 1.2.
I want to read this one out because it's fairly important. I've cut out things that don't have any particular meaning, like ums and ahs, but these I believe to be Jonathan's exact words. I believe there should be a way to do something similar with things that are not currency items, and this is a feature I think is very important to get before we release the game fully, i.e. before 1.0. So I want to get that feature done as soon as we possibly can, and definitely to try it out. It'll be very interesting to see if we have any inflation issues if we do that, but I think that it will be okay because I think gold has been quite a good experiment. It's interesting because PoE has the exact opposite formula from most games. In most games, items are bound to your player and gold is freely tradable. But in PoE, the gold is bound to your character and the items are freely tradable. So I actually think we can utilize this to make a trade system which doesn't require all the inconveniences we have now, while still preventing inflation from occurring too much. So I wanted to put a little bit of my own commentary on this. Now, Jonathan talks about inflation here, but I want to be a little bit more precise about what I think he means here. And to do that, what I want to do is take a look at some pricing from Path of Exile 1. Now, fun fact, these prices are actually a little bit wrong, but we're going to be looking at the prices of essences in Path of Exile 1. You don't need to play Path of Exile 1 to follow this. What you'll notice here is that a very small number of items shoot up in price, and then everything else becomes really cheap. Now, it's worth noting that some of these prices are wrong. Deafening Essence of Scorn is actually 17 Chaos, so that is actually more in the first group. But broadly speaking, what happens is that a smaller percentage of items reach a spot where their supply genuinely is less than the demand. And that's the essence of Horror, Hysteria, Delirium, and Insanity over in Path of Exile 1, and also the Deafening Essence of Scorn to a lesser extent. These ones tend to shoot up, and all the other ones end up falling down really, really low in value. And for those of you that are not Path of Exile 1 players, when something is 2 Chaos in Path of Exile 1, that is very, very cheap indeed. More comparable to something like 4 Exalts in Path of Exile 2. So what tends to happen when there's a low friction trade environment, the items that are in medium demand, they collapse in price. The items that are in high demand, they put this stay here the same or go up, and the items that are in low demand, well, they collapse whether there's trade friction or not. And the reason for this is the lower the amount of trade friction that there is, the fewer of these items are sitting idle in people's stashes, and as a result, it's kind of like the drop rate has gone up on everything, and when the drop rate goes up on everything, then all the medium rarity stuff collapses in value. That's the sort of thing that all of the friction in the game is designed to avoid. A situation where most of the items that drop are completely worthless because there's already 50,000 of them on the auction house somewhere. This is why I think this is something that's so important for them to get right. And why I think it's most important news in the entirety of the interview.
All right, buddy. It's just you now.
Either Path of Exile 1 or 2. Anyways, when Grinding Gear Games do have something concrete to announce on this, I think it will be a very, very major part of the
I just have to click slowly.
That particular league. And it might be something that they test in Path of Exile 1 first, with a view to seeing, okay, is this something that we actually want in Path of Exile 2 or not? And if it turns out that it's catastrophic,
final one. Come on, let's go.
I kind of don't think it will be if they price the gold costs high enough, but we'll have to see. Then it's something that they can then just not roll out in the new game. So a lot to think about there. That's probably the most important news in the entire interview, unless you're someone that's going to be playing on the new Chinese server. Other than that, there was a question that was asked about stash tabs. Grinding Gear Games are going to continue adding special stashes to the store as needed, and these are actually a lot of programming work for them to implement. So in reality, this means they won't be done unless Grinding Gear Games think they'll sell well, but it's more pitched as it won't be done unless they think it'll be well received. More crafting methods are going to come with new expansions. Some existing crafting systems aren't being used all that much, and essences are likely to change soon. Essences are one of those spots that were actually reasonably strong, actually very strong in 0.1.0, but then they got massively power crept. So 0.2.0 comes along, introduces the
right in the next patch,
and this is one of those things where crafting becomes interconnected. The addition of the fracturing orb changes around the relative power of the existing methods of crafting items, and the chaos orb becomes one of the most powerful ways to craft. You fracture an item first. Once you're happy with the fracture, then you do the rest of the crafting primarily with chaos orbs. They went from a niche tool that was outclassed to essences into something that now completely and comprehensively outclasses essences. After this, there are a couple of questions that were asked by the panel about MTX, and Grinding Gear Games consider it not at all ideal. The many Path of Exile 1 supporter pack MTX don't yet work in PoE 2. This is something that's quite a priority for them to fix, but it is something they're willing to bump if something else is more urgent. So it's something they're working on, but if they need to take an experienced staff member off this porting of MTX from PoE 1 and put them on to trying to work out a particular graphics crash that's happening or something along those lines, then they're absolutely going to do that as well. Consider this a medium priority, something they will do, but that it may take a little while to happen. Then there are a
And
bunch
we're
of
fucking
rapid-fire other
done.
questions. The first one was a really interesting one. PoE2020 removed a bunch of the dual sockets, and the reason Grinding Gear Games did this was they felt there was too much what I would term passive tree convergence. That's my words. The idea there is that passive trees start feeling too similar to each other because people are optimizing to get as many jewels as they can. Now, Grinding Gear Games were like, okay, we've basically got to nerf the jewels. That's the way we address this. And they're not really happy with the current status quo either. And they're looking to up the appeal of some of the non-dual notables that are on the tree. So currently, one of the problems that you've got is that there's just not enough good choices on the passive tree. They want to sort of change that. One of the ways players had addressed that in the past in 010 was by speccing lots of jewels, but now it's going to be something different there. They do want trees to diverge from each other, neither converging on all the jewels on all the builds like 010, nor on a few good setups that exist in 020. Another question came up that was an interesting one. This is no change to
Here's something that I really hate about the new the PoE2 change. And for that, I opened the PoB2. Keep in mind, this shit probably needs to be updated so many times because like I haven't updated it in forever. I don't remember what this is, but like look at this skill tree. There were so many jewels that just became unusable, if you will. The moment what do you call it? The moment they removed the jewel socket from like here and here, suddenly you couldn't put effect on like accuracy or some minion stats like this. Basically minions were hit pretty hard by the simple lack of jewel sockets in the areas where we would care about them the most. And personally, I still think minions just in general need more nodes we should care about, which is why those jewel sockets were carrying hard. But now that they aren't there to carry, then we're feeling the full brunt of it. Anyways, before we go forward, let's actually open the wiki and let's go into beast crafting. And let's go lock. PoE.co. How much is a Craigie Chimeral is the question. I think I'll sell a mirror shard. I think I just have to. I don't have to. I can liquidate other shits, to be honest. Let's liquidate some other shits. Kirababa. We'll just liquidate into 1.25, so that is going to be 445 is fine. I'm keeping my sims. ES tattoos, we get rid of those. We have 5 of them. Five for 5 is 10. We have 14 divines to work with already. We've not even liquidated any amounts. We still have quite a bit to liquidate, but I think this is fine. I'm lazy. I think this is fine. All right, let's continue. Actually, no, we're not done yet. We need Craigie Chimera, so let's go in here. Let's choose Chaoses, and let's go Beasts. Craigie Chimera. How much are they per divine? How much is Adorn Jewel crafting? Yeah, over a divine each. Holy shit, what the fuck? Beasts are money right now, if I'm being very honest with you. These are 151 a divine. Then you have 95 a divine. Holy. These are fucking profits. Like it's not even close. Like it's an insane amount of profits. And then of course you have this one, which is 210. But I guess you don't need this one. Anywho, it's an insane amount of currency. All right, where were we? Okay, we sold one of them. That gives us 7.2. I want to get at least 8. How are y'all just ignoring me? Yeah, had me confused for a second. Thank you. All right, so that's the one. And next we go for Black Morrigans. Why can't I find Black Morrigan? Okay. I tried. Yeah, I'm blind. Okay. 1.5 each. So we're looking for another 8 here. So that's 12. So overall, this is over 2 divines a try. I'll start with the best of the best of them. Thank you. What is the... How do I reset this again? Like, how do I consume the lock on jewels? I do not remember. Hmm.
Hello, this is 1 mana left. Hello, this is 1 mana left. This league is our second league with the jewel The Adorned existing. And even though it was here last league, there's a couple reasons it's phenomenal.
I'm missing this video.
And I hit my last two, so that means I'm not going to hit it for the video here. This is the synth method. So the way you want to do these is you want to buy a synth jewel, and you want to alt it until you get the 2 mods you want. You can use annuls here because they're really cheap. They're 3 or 4 chaos. So if I got mana, I'd annul for it to try to hit again. But this is a more annoying alting process. This usually takes like 10 to 20 minutes to hit. It's harder, obviously, than the fracture. With the difference that I'm not going for perfect divine. I'm literally going for any 2 mods. Because you might think, well, divining that perfect is going to be like 12 divines. Isn't that hard? It's actually not with this method. And this is how I've done some of these jewels. So what you actually want to do with this method is you don't need to hit the... In this case, it's a 1 in 15 divine. You don't need that, actually, at all.
He uses Blessed Orb as the TLDR. Can I actually apply Blessed Orb on these guys? I can't use a Blessed Orb. I can't use any quality currency. What the fuck can I use? Like, obviously there's a divine, but we're not gonna do that. Sacred Up doesn't work. What the fuck are we gonna do if it turns out it's a brick? I don't want to spend a divine each. All right. Like, he has no modifiers that I can target. So, like, if it's a brick, I don't want to have to divine it. That seems very expensive. But what's the alternative? Genuine, what's the alternative? I can't use them, can't use them, can't use, can't use, can't use. No. Oh. No siree. Can't do it. Can't do it. Nope. Yes. Nope. Nope. It's a brick. If it's a brick, then I just don't see how we do it. We just kind of have to divine, which greatly increases the cost of this.
The first ones are watching survival. Don't disappoint them. The ritual is complete.
See, we can't do that. Is this really the only way? Surely there has to be something else we can do. They don't fucking have quality though. There's nothing. And also obviously a no-go. Also obviously a no-go. There's just nothing. We just have to divine it. Which means realistically, if we want to keep doing this lock recipe, we should just take any corruption and we can worry about it later.
Prove to the first ones you are worthy, Exile.
Like any corruption that doesn't break it, essentially.
The ritual is complete.
Like this one, I should take it even though it's not ideal. Just gets strictly worse. Yeah, I'll take it. Fuck it.
Prove to the first ones you are worthy, Exile. You are truly a survivor.
26, 34. Anything that's not a brick, we take it. Because it has to be... They have to be... Where's the movement speed one?
Prove to the first ones you are worthy.
It has to be corrupted for Adorn to give it any boosts.
You are truly a survivor.
I have no why I'm hovering the divine. It's not a break, we'll take it.
You are truly a survivor.
My thought process is that guy, I want to save it to till the last lock if needed, because it's the last attack speed phase 1.
You are truly a survivor.
So if I can can I see how many beasts I have left? Where are the chimeras? I have 2 Black Morgans left.
Prove to the first ones you are worthy, Exile.
Surely we can at least get a decent corruption on it, right?
Know your place.
The ritual is complete.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Buckets. We don't have the currency to just toss. We don't want to do that. So we have our Adon jewels at least. This feels like a waste, this one. But movement speed is not bad. I took movement speed because it should be nice. All right, Adon jewels done. Out of everything, only the very first one was in danger of actually being bricked, but I'm very happy we locked it just to be sure. Locking is so expensive right now that I wouldn't bother trying to lock for the prefixes unless like you had currency to blow for it, and I most definitely do not. I do still have to save for next builds and all that. All right, we have a big passive tree respec to go through, and part of this big passive tree respec is switching my boots from giving me dexterity to give me strength. Now strength should be honestly easier to find on trade, so I might just try buying one straight out. And then for the second one, this is just triple res, so we have 2 options here. We either try to craft it ourselves with the ring from my main character, from my defiler, which honestly should probably be what I try to do, or I just get a giga triple res ring. But I do think I want minion early res in there. Do I? Purity of elements is giving 40 something. Command of darkness, yeah, I do, because without the ring, then the moment I'm out of aura range, their resistances are way worse for it, because this would not be capped without my auras. Same with this. Without my auras, it's not capped, and because of that, if they're out of range, there's a problem. So yeah, I think we do want a bone ring for it. It also means we need more. We're going to need tattoos for lightning res. Not necessarily all this increased max ES, because I mean, I don't know if it's worth the currency. It's a lot of currency. So, but the lightning res tattoos 100% will probably need them. We need to make sure out of every res we're trying to get on our gear, lightning res is the least priority. In terms of purities, we're going to have purity. Oh, we need to buy something else as well. A melding of the flesh is the next jewel. We need to get a good melding. Why is this so slow? -4 to all max res. I don't see anything worse than that. I don't think -80. In the ideal universe, I go for something that's above -75. So something that's above that. This is 75. Okay, man. That's if you even sell. I don't know that you're going to sell, but if you sell, I'm here to buy. If not, you know. Doesn't look like he's here to... Oh, wait, what? She failed to send the first time around. All right. We get that then. Then we need to make sure... Thank you very much. Now, in terms of our flask slots, is there anything we can afford to get rid of? Not really. So I guess I don't know there's any of these I can get rid of. Stun immunity is really nice. Oh fuck. You know something I forgot? I forgot this guy. Yeah. One second. All right, let's see. Where is he?
When I'm ready and not before.
You're not that. Where is life? There's actually no way this is low weighted, right? Surely they wouldn't make life low weighted. There, perfect life. I don't think this is worth I don't think this is worth check-in. Why? Why? So we have to buy another one. You. Cobalt. I'm only going to buy one. What is that lag? Thank you. Imagine if I got lucky on that life and now it's going to take me forever. Oh my freaking god. All right, we're going to slow down here. There. What? Like why? Oh shit! Lo-fi girl. That's a cool hideout. Really? On hideouts sites? That is actually something I could use. All right, where were we? That is such a cool hideout. I wasn't expecting it. All right, let's go again. Brother. Dude, how many clicks have we not had a prefix in? Is there a roll range for this? It is, but we'll hit 7% every single time. I'll take it though. Dude, it is not even possible. What the? We're gonna start locking soon. Because what the fuck? That is dumb. No one really? All right, let's try again. What on earth? Come on. Don't you dare. Okay, we're going to start unlocking this because like what the fuck is going on here? Genuinely, what the hell? Do we just safely corrupt it? Sure. What do I need to know about the safe corruption in beast crafting? So wait, what is the recipe for the safe I've heard a lot about the recipe for safe corruption. So what is it? Where on earth? It doesn't look like there's a recipe for it. There is no way I've bricked like what 4 bases in a row. Was it? These bases need to stop bricking. They need to stop bricking. But you know the worst part? Even if I were to... Let's check something. We might as well check it since we're in the store for something else. EOEDB. Because at the end of the day, if I lock it and I see the break, I can't not unbreak it because it's not worth the divine. It's not worth dividing. Synthesis implicits. What are good implicits? You have too many uniques, my G. I guess we just go for synthesis implicits. Straight out. But where are they? Let's see. Where are the implicits? Both have in synthesis implicits. Yeah, so I'm not bugging. Cobalt should have synthesis implicits as well, but they don't. Huh. Ghastly? No, they don't either. Okay. Can I really just not see synthesis implicits? All right, let's do this. Cobalt. Where's the list? I guess instead of going for this, I could go for synth implicits, like I don't know, chance to avoid bleed implicits. Is this a synthesis implicit? Nope. Chance to avoid being stunned. Implicits, rather. Yeah. So I can do this and then roll for medium accuracy. But the question is, do I care more for 10%? Which the answer is no. So yeah, I'll keep going for my fractured accuracy and we'll go from there. I'm genuinely running out of bases that cost under a divine. Thank you. I still don't think it's worth the near 3 divines it would take to lock it first. And then the divine it to take to fix it if the lock shows something less than ideal. Now if I was going for regular minion accuracy and then I got something decent as a sub prefix on a synthesis implicit base that was actually pretty decent, then sure, by all means. But that is just straight up not the case right now. Surely you bring life soon, right? I've only rolled 7%. How? How is this so consistent? Fucking hell. In everything we're doing, I've been begging you to do not to do something when it comes to corrupting jewel gems rather. Begging. Not that I actually do want you to do something. You're like, I don't know how to do nothing. Like I don't know how they do it. It's like you click the valor and nothing happens. How does that work? I by myself, I'm finishing the bases on trade for this stupid thing. Thank you. Come on. Hit me with the life. Oh lol, 5%. Good thing I decided to check. That was the first time it wasn't max rolling. Oh jeez. I'm tired of old spamming. All you need is life, my dude. That's the only thing you're rolling for. I'm not trying to get anything complicated with nothing complicated or anything. You just need 7% increased life. I just don't want to corrupt and then it fails again. Okay. Okay. Touché. Final fuckingly. Jesus. You're not needed. Oh, that's annoying. Yeah. This shit that was supposed to be straightforward decided to break literally 5 times. Like, what the fuck? Why? Anyways, only thing we're missing are boots that have strength and that's it really. I need some dexterity coming from somewhere so I can actually support this precision with 108's dexterity. But I don't know where that dexterity is coming from. I think I need to buy jewels, not jewels, cluster jewels that can hold that. So let's just do that real quick. Added dex life. Minion life, minion damage, adds max 8 passives, nothing more. It needs life, it needs dex. If you can get minion attack speed, cool. If not, that's fine. Not just any amount of dex. No. And not just any amount of life. So let's do 6 dex, 7 life. Fire res isn't bad. This is a decent amount of everything. Oh, thank you. Take it. We need one more. Would you take 1D for this? Question mark. You say no, I just go by the other one. All right. We go for the 100 C1. His 2D cluster has been up for 6 days, but he's not willing to remove a divine. Okay. Suit yourself. Suit yourself. All right, we can close this and you and you, and we can honestly finish this video.
Are there any plans for massive multiplayer
Can
content
close this as
in the
well.
World of Warcraft raid? And the answer is no. Grinding Games want solo and multiplayer to be down to personal choice for all content. Now, they do sometimes miss with this. This is my commentary. This is not Jonathan's. In Path of Exile 1, there is no way you want to bring a friend when you're doing Atsuri. Atsuri is miles harder to defeat with 2 players or 3 players than with 1. And at the same time, there are certain types of content that are miles more accessible in group play. For example, All Flames of the Gilded. These are far better to use in a group play. This is something that they don't currently meet their goals at the moment. There's definitely some types of content that are better in single player, some types of content that are better in multiplayer.
Well, I was in a party with someone.
That is their goal. And as a result, they're not going to introduce something like WoW Raids, where it's an absolute requirement to have a large number of players. An interesting question that I thought was a bit of fun. How good at the game are Grinding Gear Games' top management? Jonathan considers himself to be a solid player but not elite, that's my words. And Mark, he considers to be a truly elite player. Is there any chance of a death replay or damage log or something of the sort? Grinding Gear Games wants something along these lines, but it's a while off because it's tough to implement. One thing then that came up from Boo Boo was it is talking about how the Chinese server team are investigating something that's a quite unique solution here. And this does not sound like it's far along, and personally, I don't think this is going to work, but it was an interesting idea anyway. It's talking about using AI, and honestly, I do not like the term AI because it's used as a marketing buzzword to relate to a lot of different, largely unrelated to each other technologies. But for now, I'll use the term AI. Here we're really talking about machine learning, but using machine learning to assess what a player's next steps could be and to provide tips along those sorts of lines. Personally, I don't see this working very well, but who knows? Be interesting to see if they can make it work. Even if it does, though, no guarantee it'll port over to the worldwide server. Are there any plans for an in-game loot filter editor? Now, this is probably a bit more important for people who play on the Chinese server for a couple of reasons.
Or in-game.
Firstly, internet access is not necessarily as unrestricted as it is in the rest of the world. And secondly, probably more importantly for a lot of people, is that most of the loot filter design websites that we use on the international servers, those are designed for people who speak English. So this is probably more important for Chinese players than it is for those of us on the international servers. Anyway, Grinding Gear Games consider this to be a good idea. It's on the list, but it's far down the list, was the vibe that I got from what they mentioned there. So don't expect this anytime soon, but it's something they do want to do. Any plans for performance improvements when a lot of player skills are active at once? What GGG are working on here is a system where specific skills get their core parts prioritized.
Oh,
Unimportant
shit.
parts of the skill can then be dynamically culled, which can then improve performance. If they can nail this, it'll be fantastic, but it's also really, really difficult to do.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had perhaps one of the
That'd
most
be kind of
things
interesting.
that came up in the whole of the discussion. Sometimes players ask for one feature, but the game developers have a different way of addressing the underlying concern in mind. This is something that was really cool. The question was asked, are there any plans for a training dummy so that we can see the amount of damage we're doing in our hideouts and the like? Now, the plan that Grinding Gear Games are going for here, and they seem to have a fair bit of work done on this, a significant upgrade that is planned to pausing. So when you pause, you can mouse over a monster and you can see damage simulation numbers against that monster, as well as seeing the same boss damage info that you get in-game at the moment. Now, the dummy wouldn't work with conditional damage, whereas this is going to work with all sorts of conditional damage that you can scale up on a monster.
That would be kind of
For
very
example,
cool.
Path of Exile, one example here, if you have Convergence on the Elementalist and you attack a hideout training dummy, and that training dummy is a unique monster, then Convergence is going to proc. But if that training dummy was a rare monster, was coded as a rare monster, then you'd get increased damage because you're wearing Headhunter. You could be in a situation in a map where one or both of these effects are in play, or perhaps neither of them are in play because your Convergence has fallen off. Well, with this system, you can pause the game and you can check what your damage is right now if you want. So it'll work with all conditional damage. I really hope they can do this well. It's a cool idea, but it's also one that sounds like it'll be tough to implement. And finally, there was one last thing.
Sounds difficult, but like if they could do it.
On players, so the balance between armor, evasion, and energy shield. Interestingly, on the Western servers, it's pretty universally considered that armor is the worst of these, that evasion is reasonable, and that energy shield is the strongest. Interestingly, on the Chinese server, it appears that there is a higher opinion of armor and a lower opinion of evasion. And this was put down to potentially the fact that there's no visual feedback or sound feedback when your evasion protects you from taking damage.
I mean, that's kind of
to
fair.
actively dodge a monster's ability, you dodge roll out of the way, and then it does actually clip you, but it bounces off your evasion rating. That is exactly the same as if you didn't get clipped by that skill, in terms of the feedback to the player. So, what they're looking at is options for addressing this, but this is going to be something that will be very difficult, because for Grinding Gear Games to do this, they would then need to code this into every monster skill in the game. So it's definitely not something that can be done easily.
Or into just evasion in general, and that would also be a massive undertaking.
There is one more question that needs to be discussed, and that is, when is 030 likely to come out? Well, the last word we had from Grinding Gear Games is that they're going to a 4-monthly release cycle.
I mean, we already know it now, but like,
December,
what is the...
dates
I want to see
Path of Exile
last
2
epoch's
expansion,
dates before we
and
end this.
February, June, and October for Path of Exile 1. So with all of that in mind, there are 5 potential weekends during August, or 5 potential Fridays. They pretty much always release on a Friday US time zones, so I'm going to assume that continues. It could be Friday the 1st, the 8th, the 15th, the 22nd.
Synthesize
Let's
large?
start with the 3 that I don't think work, and that is the 15th, the 22nd, the 29th. Why don't they work? They clash with Last Epoch. Now, the reason that this is a problem is that...
Oh, last epoch is 21st. So wait, it's not... So it means we are going to be... PoE is a week after.
With Last Epoch. Now, the reason
More or
this is
less.
a problem is that, firstly...
8 days
it looked really
after.
bad because the last time there was a Last Epoch release, it actually had to delay because Grinding Gear Games had planned, I think, to release their 020 update during middle of March, but then they ended up having delays, and that pushed them back into a collision with Last Epoch's release. Grinding Gear Games were like, okay, we're just going to announce that we're going to bring it out on the first weekend of April, and Last Epoch thought, oh no, that's going to destroy our launch, we're going to defer ours. There was a lot of backlash from Path of Exile community, Last Epoch community, but also it's worth noting there was probably quite a bit of backlash from Tencent to this delay as well, because Tencent own all of Grinding Gear Games and a fair chunk of 11th Hour gamers as well. So with that in mind, I don't think we're going to see a repeat of that. And that means the 1st of August and the 8th of August, they're the dates that would allow every promise the Grinding Gear Games have made so far to be kept. But I don't think we should dismiss the possibility of slippage out to the 5th of September. If Grinding Gear Games are confident that they could release on the 22nd of August, and you were to take a poll, would you prefer we release on the 22nd of August or the 5th of September? I think you would find that a large percentage of the player base
22nd.
will opt for the 5th of September. That would then mean that they can check out Last Epoch first as well, and then decide on which one they want to
I
spend
don't
more
know if the
time
player base
playing.
would actually agree, would
So those are
actually
the three
vote for
dates I think
that.
are most likely at the moment.
I personally would, but I don't think the player base as a whole, when you consider what the core audience of PoE2 looks like, I don't think they would pick the 5th. I genuinely don't think so. I don't see it. Like, I really don't see it.
8th of August probably feels the most likely to me. The 1st of August definitely still plausible, although if it is the 1st of August,
But anyways, I wanted to see the dates for the Last Epoch because I forgot it. The 21st. All right, cool. That's a good video. I liked it. All right. All right. What am I? Were there any of that videos I was supposed to react to first? I don't think so. None that come to mind, at least. As for this, we're honestly just going to take a medium cluster, a large cluster we have, 8 passive. We're going to use this until we can get a second one on the tree. But now let's look at this tree. There are a few things we're going to have to mentally rework for this to work on my setup. Number one, we need to take these nodes, which would be 4 points. Those 4 points have to come from somewhere. If they're coming from here, that is kind of fine. I will take the loss to. I will happily take the loss to damage for that because I'm doing Abyss. However, I am level 96, so I then need to find another set of 4 points that I can ignore. And I don't know what those 4 points are. It can be duration. It can be like, it really can't be block. If it's block, I'm going to struggle against those lightning golems. So it can't be block. I'm not entirely sure it can be these guys either, because I think they are like one of the more important pieces to the puzzle. If I take 1, 2, that's a start. I still need 3 and 4. 3. Then where's number 4? Maybe 4. Maybe that's it. I think that's actually going to be it. All right, so we kind of know what nodes are going to be dropping now. So let's just go ahead and get all the jewels we need ahead of time. We needed this megalomaniac. All right, let's do this. Actually, before we do it, let's actually take a bunch of regret orbs. All right, let's see what this looks like. Honestly, I'm kind of already doing the same pathing in game, so it's kind of interesting to see. All this is the same. This is the same. The difference is we path up here. So we drop. Okay. Enduring composure, and then all right. Now for the jewels that just aren't going to make it, you stay exactly the same. I don't plan on using purity of fire, so that is not necessary. All right, where were we? Adorned, Meldin, Megalomaniac, Blessed Rebirths, Enduring Composure. This is honestly not even bad. But as someone who is not stacking armor, it would only be like 300 and something armor, which I guess is not bad for flat armor, but it's also not insane either. This is the one we're trying to replace. Yeah. And then for the jewels, it is, well, first things first, let's put all these old ones here. I feel like this guy was trying to make an adorned jewel. All right, and I mean, so far so good. I thought I would need more strength. I do not. And I'm not fully I don't fully understand why I don't. Probably because there's strength there and there's dex here. Probably. %. 18% move speed. Is it because of you? No, it's not actually. Then I don't know. Probably because I haven't sorted out my resistances yet. Now for this guy is going to be 1 green, 1 red, 2 blues. Who is taking the L here? Purity of fire is 1 green, 1 red, 2 blues. Purity of Ice. Determination, Tempest Shield. Purity of Elements. And then Precision had a Generosity linked. But for that, I need an Unetos with Charisma. We have our Unetos. We just need to anoint it with Charisma with this triple gold, right? Gold, Opal. Which is a lot of Chaos Orbs. Two, 4, 3. And then Opal. I'm gonna need a Blight Enjoyer to, you know, to share their golden oils. Thank you. All right, let's go. Okay. Ironically, Cold Res is the one that needs the least amount of help, but what do I know? Purity of Lightning can take the chill pill. All right. So now what's next? It's because of the Enlightened that things were a bit too snug. All right. Now we need to figure out resistances. And for that, y'all know what that is. Boom. I think this guy needs to still stay there. All right. For now, we leave this in peace. We need to fill out this area. Now for the Mage Blood Flask we are going to use, we don't need chance to avoid shock, so we're going to bench that one. We need armor. We need you. You can't have regen, so which of you has movement speed? Quartz. So Quartz is an insta. We have it. So we don't need anything extra, right? Then we need Sapphire. Sapphire is avoid stun. We need avoid stun. Auto in. So now it's between both of you. We need a granite and we need a quicksilver. And the suffixes we need left is increase armor and early res. Increase armor, early res. Those two. Hold to fire. Let's do that. Welcome back.
Anything cool? Did I miss anything sick? Any update? Any patch?
I watched Sergog's video.
Oh, okay.
So code to lightning is left out. That puts me at minus 19%, minus 4%. We're missing out on a suffix, and that is the dexterity here. That is where the res went. But that is why I have enough stats right now. But I can get rid of this dexterity and we're still fine. So I need to buy a new pair of boots. Let's see how much it will cost me. POE.sale. Paladin boots. Without these guys, I have no attribute issues. It's just res we need. For res, we need at a minimum 10% chaos res. We also need count 2, fire res, lightning res, cold res, all in the 42s, or all in the 40s, I should say. Caesar Lee, what up? What up? How you doing? Welcome.
Mapping or still crafting?
What'd you say? And then
Also
moving.
GZ on the mirror shards, holy.
Yep. Those mirror shards. Actually, let's do this. Pseudo 25. The
Have you
mirror
been
shards went
mapping or
hard.
you just
No mapping.
have you been mapping? No mapping, okay.
6 divines, I can get something really good on the life. The resistances. 20 crafted movement speed is despair. I don't want crafted movement speed. You have bench. You're 20D. You. Okay, chat. It's like I'm going to craft this myself because what the fuck? This shit is not worth 20D. It really isn't. I just have to spam one res essences, the cheapest hatred, wrath, not hatred, wrath or fire or even envy until I get one of the others. Then I reforge for the third guy. I think chaos res has a lower weighting, so envy is the cheapest. Spend like 4D envy essences to get what I need. Spend another, let's just say 6ish D in rerolls to get a good third resistance, and then suffixes. Worst case scenario, I buy a I just won't spend money. I'll just use this base, but I'll recraft this. Stop trying to sell it or whatever. We'll repurpose it. All right, envy essences doing good. Glad to see. How goes your progression in PoE? What are you currently running? Essences. So we spent what, 3D just now? Or was it 4? I think it was 3D. Now we just need to do this until PoE.re. Can I get item modifiers? Paladin boots. I would like match if any mod is found. Okay, cool. Let's do that. RF chieftain, but I'm also leveling an occultist. Are you going for what's the name of that? For forbidden rites? Occultist? Essences. Let's try to annul regen. Nope. Read strength. Nope. Lightning res is too low. We don't settle. Of course. Strength's gotta go. Brother, surely one of these annuls is gonna be hit for me, right? This is actually fine. We just need to Eldritch. I know if Exarch is dominant, which Exarch is currently dominant, I can get rid of a prefix. So cool. Suffixes. We forge lightning. Rage. Oh god. Sad. Oh, we're still alive. Suffixes. Yeah. 4 divines in rerolls. Way less than that in envies. Literally less than a divine in envies to get this. And I just need to reroll the prefix, and the base was 6 divines at the time, I think. Something like that. The base currently is 7, 8 divines. So you add that to the base cost of it with fractured movement speed. And here we are just going to I'm not capped on res is a problem. All right, so Min suggested last time that we would Eldritch Chaos this, so we're going to Eldritch Chaos it. I'm gonna try to do Exile Cat's Death Oath. Oh, Death Oath? That's a name you don't hear every day. RF bots. What is it? Green? Black? Let's do Armor EV. Yeah, RF bot black. All right, Eldritch Chaos deletes everything because why not? 3 life is crazy work. Deletes everything again. T6 life. Sag. I need more Eldritch Chaoses. A divine is just holy.
Yeah,
It's
divine.
3.7. No, they're like 3.8. Three for 10, 11, 12. 3 for 11. T4 life. We don't settle. T1 armor ES. Perfect roll. Surely our suffixes can be changed, augments. It's not worth it. How much is augment life? Let's just price check it. It's like 2D for the block, 3 HD for the augment craft, and then it's a 50-50, so like a 5D craft, and it could still be shite. Could eat the armor ES, but I do think above armor ES, jeez, I think above armor ES, I need, but the code res needs to go for fire. I think above the armor ES, I need to just have a really high tier life. So we're going to exalt slam it. We're going to miss. We're going to Eldritch Annul. Rage. Of course not. Chaos. And we're back to square one. Brother, this is not cheaper than beast crafting, is it? T1 hybrid. That's 3 divines gone, no life. Not once. Not a good roll on life. Whereas with beast crafting, what is it? Last I checked was 100 C a piece, but every single reforge would have life. And then it's a what? How many tiers of life are on boots? That is the next question. Craft of Exile. Is using a tabula for leveling worth it? I just got one from Merc. I don't see why not. Your defenses would be worse, but if you take the life mastery that says 15% increase life if there are no life modifiers on equipped body armor, then tabula becomes pretty decent. Even, and then just make sure you have the mana regen if this is like Act 1, Act 2, because mana would be a struggle back then. But like if this is Act 6, Act 7, you're probably fine on mana regen already. You are welcome. I just don't see how this is worth the currency versus beast crafting. If it's 3 for 12 and I have to go through this, I guess let's price check the beast in question, because if what is it, Wild Bristle Matron is expensive. If Wild Bristle Matron is expensive, like 95 or 100 each. So for the price of, I can have 2 reforges where I'm choosing life, or I can have 4 chaoses where I am not. I just don't see how it's worth it. I guess instead of Eldritch Chaos, I should be using Eldritch Exalts alongside the Chaoses. Maybe. But compared to regular Exalt, who is worth more? Eldritch Exalts are worth more. Boots, strength, int. Something like this. Let's see, Chaos Orbs. On average, it's 9 Chaos Orbs. And Eldritch Chaoses are just that. So, is it just my luck? I'll try it again. We'll try it. Sheesh. G fucking G. Surely you divine, right?
It's not horrible. I don't really want to, but I should.
I mean, that look at that
Took a
flat
couple
evasion.
tries. I bought another 20, and this is the last base. This was the last try.
That should be munching on the bases.
Dude, I thought you guys were joking. I should divine it now, right? Like, realistically.
I mean, yes and no. If you're going to have a crafted suffix, you can always just, prefixes can be changed when you divine the prefixes, and then just divine the suffixes that way.
Yeah, I'm not gonna have a crafted suffix.
If you're not gonna have a bench crafted suffix, then yeah, probably just divine it now. What I'm saying is, if you have a stage where you have 5 mods, you can still divine everything properly, and then the 6 mods will just be
Yeah.
the.
Still need the sacred too, because that sacred overall is rough. How did it get worse, bro?
I mean, it's 800 out of
How's crafting
831, so
going?
it's not insane. I'm getting unlucky and getting life with Eldritch Chaoses.
How much are they?
4 for a divine, more or less.
Oh, they. How do you craft with Eldritch Chaos? Can I ask you that? Like, how do you do like an example with this chest? I wanna get suppressed on it next. Like, how would you work your way to that?
With Eldritch Chaoses, I mean, well, firstly, you work your Eldritch implicits to make sure the Eta is dominant, so you're only going to be affecting your suffixes. Then realistically, it's a whole bunch of just like exalting, because it's a chaos orbit rolling. I don't think it adds modifiers. So you exalt till it's full on suffixes.
Like normal exalt?
Yeah, your regular exalt, because your purposes are full. So you would block a modifier if you need to, exalt twice, chaos, eldritch chaos. That should be eating your mods a lot. Then you just do it again. Block the highest weighted modifier, and then just keep trying. That's what I'm doing. I don't know if it's optimal, but it's what I'm doing. Uh, Give me life, please.
Well, first exalt, so I guess that's a GG.
Holy.
What the fuck? I didn't even
No.
use it. I just exalted once. Okay.
Are you going to try to Eldritch annul the dexterity?
You know what the fuck the answer to that is. Hell nah.
So we're settling?
I don't.
Finally! Fuck it, T2 more life. I'll take it though. On the last Eldritch Chaos, she was so unlucky. Got T10 mana with it, so that's kind of sad. But yeah, we settle. We follow after Arcanex's lead. He's teaching us the ways in settling. Who needs King's March when you have Arcanex?
Thanks, guys. Oh, man.
Oh, so what are you
Just
gonna
as
do?
a side note, I divined this hoping to the incorporeal tag. I wanted that to be higher. That didn't move, and look at every other divine.
Lol. The flat evasion is insane.
I literally can't touch that now. Also, my suppress. Surge.
G fucking G. So what are you going to benchcraft?
EDI, man.
3%?
This is 50%. Like I have any other source. Yes, 3%. I will call it at home. Thanks for
Yeah.
asking. That meant a lot.
All right, what is missing now? We have Lightning Res is still struggling. Why is Lightning Res struggling so much? Purity of Ice is on. Am I forgetting a res source or something? Boots get strength. So my rings can get triple res. Now my rings have double res. Fire res is fine, but like lightning res is not having a field day. Oh, that was kind of dumb. I'm missing a flask. That's what's happening there. I'm going to need a quicksilver and a granite. Let me just make sure. Flasks 85. Quicksilver. All right, going to POE.re. Flasks. Increase the effect, reduce duration. Suffixes only match with the highest level. We're going for early movement speed, early res, evasion, armor. And I think crits, right? Is crits even a suffix anymore? Yeah, crits. All right, something like this. Do you have alterations? Arcane.
Yeah. I got you. Come, just come.
Okay. How much or how many do you have? And how much am I paying you? Oh, low.
I don't care. Just let me know when you're here, cause I'm. Okay, I'll come click that.
Where's
Okay.
your stash?
I have 776 plus 166. So I have 942. So it's about 300-ish under divines worth. Because the divine is like what, 1200?
Yeah. Oh, it's like
So yeah.
11-ish hundred.
So yeah, I have 942.
So
You bro?
one. Don't ask me the jam question.
Bro, what happened to the mirror shards?
What did my weapon to the mirror shards?
What did you spend it on? How unlucky have your crafts been?
I've not spent them. I'm keeping a nest egg for future builds. I have lots of
Okay.
plans. I don't want to spend them. I
The
spent one.
600D nest egg, right?
Yeah. I spent one mirror shard, which is I have 5 left. All right. Now we just roll. Do we get some?
I believe.
D1 evasion. Oh, come on. Come on. Yes, let's fucking go. And then we go and kindle. Looking for a beautiful, beautiful. That's exactly what we need. Yoink. And now what is the last suffix we need? So now actually we should be able to check our resistances to see that they are not capped indeed. How many red statues do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 36 lightning res. That's 60 inch. Yeah, we can afford that. Let me see. Oh, wrong one. Lightning res.
I need to go back to red altars.
You need to go back to red altars.
How's a one divine for 19 grand, bro? That's so much money.
Lol.
19. So.
Or amounts. I need 2 more lightning red statues. Oh shit, I was not expecting that movement speed. Oh yeah, 11C each. I just spent 110. I mean, I like that I had a nest egg of 10 of them, so. That caps me on lightning res. Still have enough int. Nothing is removed, so we're chilling. So fire is the only question mark here. And for fire, I just need to use resistance catalyst. Holy fuck, they're expensive. 300 C4. Then. I need a bit more fire res. I mean, I do have a fire res tattoo. Okay, we're capped on res. Stats are fine. Everything is good. We're missing 1. We have stun, additional res. We're missing increased armor. So granite flask. For the granite flask, we're going to remove evasion. It's no longer needed. Honestly, I don't know if crit is that important on armor flask. Increased armor is the biggest. Well, and I guess early res is also fine because mid blooders, and same with move speed. Move speed. Dude, PoE.re has really upped its game since the rejects expansion for the league.
Oh yeah, it's been really insane.
Like the flask rejects is way better than anything that I manually cook up. Brother, don't bait me. Of course you delete that. That was pain. I think that was early res as well. I only got a glimpse of it. Come on. There's no way it's taking you this long, my dude. Like, just straight up. Honestly, this isn't bad for non-mage blood setups. This is like 100C by itself. Sure, we'll take it. All right, where were we? Okay. Oh shit. I mean, it's not what I'm looking for. It is most definitely not what I'm looking for. But it is like 120C. Did I even price check that properly? I feel like I may not have. Who knows? Okay, granites. I would really like to run a map anytime soon. So if you could do me the tiny bit favor of rolling increased armor, that'd be amazing. Another sale? Okay. Okay. One divine. See, like, I don't think I price checked this first one properly. And then you are in 19%. Okay. So because of the 1% difference. Wait, no, yeah, put 19%. The fuck? Okay. Another one. Man, I got so lucky today. I got a Voidborn key drop. Easy to divine. Congratulations. Congratulations. What strat are you farming? What? I need to stop clicking. Pay more attention. Be slow with the clicks. And I suspect that was armor too. So that is big unfortunate. But I'm not going to rewind my stream to see what it was, because there's nothing but despair there. Because there might have been increased effect as well, because I feel like I saw 3 lines, but nothing but despair there. Come on. You can't be this unlucky with increased armor, can you? The worst part is, like, increased armor was saved for the last base, the granites. So, like, if I wanted to buy it, it would be like the most expensive of all of them. Let's not click too fast before we overwrite this.
thinking of taking heading out for a little bit. You're heading out after your stream too for a bit, right?
Yep.
Alright. I'll shoot your text and I'm back on.
Sounds good. I'm just like Nico farming for Azurites. And you dropped a Voidborn. Sheesh. Nico be dropping some things sometimes. Like, I think I was doing some daily farming because I just wanted to like beeline maps, get to the end, see the mercenary, try to farm a kineticist. And I randomly got a Valdo from clicking. I misclicked. Like it's great, bro. Anyways, and I randomly got a Valdo from clicking an Azurite vein, and I'm like, since when did you start dropping loot? And I think I've also dropped a divine from him, from one of his nodes as well. Like it's not that often, but like man's be dropping loot here and there, be just throwing in some dopamine in case you are feeling a bit starved. Ah, jeez. I'm gonna buy this thing. It's actually pissing me off. I've done so much alt spamming today. I kind of just want to play the game at this point. Like I really just want to play the game. Like that was early res, so I'm not too bitter about it. And I know I'm getting tired of this because I'm actually just ignoring modifiers straight up. Like it shows. Thank you. If my ults run out, I'm just going to buy the flask. I don't even care anymore. Yeah, I'm done. It is what it is. I'm going to buy it. I tried. I did my best. I wrote 3 of them. The last one just wasn't having it. Oh no, that drop on a tier 1 map? Made a double strike, glad that we were leveling up like totally random. Bought his gear, now farming with him, and holy. That is insane. Can you imagine that happening on the league start? That is wild. Congrats. That is some RNG right there. Granite flask. Increased effect. 25. Increased armor during 57. A 66 divines, but it's 57. I could potentially get this if I bought some other, you know, flask like early res, because I probably have early res from it. But like, I can't be asked, man. You love Vow double strike? How is Vow double strike? Like, is it just like typical double strike, or is there like an added effect or like some apparition that uses your skill or something? All right, armor wise, we're at 30k all times, and we still need to link differently. So some things need to change. Automation, molten shell, more duration. So we need you to be 3 linked. Gems. We'll use a level 1 more duration with that. Then here we are going to, what goes in the boots? Green, red, green, red. So we're going to just socket trick it. Greens are going to be the hard parts in this craft. So 2. Green, red. This has to be green. See all the red you're showing? You better be ready to show me the red when I start going to 4 socket, alright? Keep that same energy. See what I mean? Shield charge, faster attacks, precision, awaken generosity. Generosity. All right. With all the changes we've made, we should have a lot more DPS. I want to try with the exact same merc because I don't think I changed anything that should brick me on this same merc. If anything, my AG is going to be the more scuffed one, where I don't think I have him defensive enough with early damage with attacks.
When I'm ready and not before.
Oh shit, I haven't done this. That's a pretty important change. So one is actually missing a socket. I haven't put anything in the last spot. I don't know. If it okay, I guess that settles it. Bone offering. No, what am I saying? Bone offering? No. Spirit offering. Desecrate. And life tap. Then we drop the enlightened supports here, and we don't have flame dash. Oh, we found the spot for flame dash. Then who needs life tap when you can get flame dash? Gee, why didn't you say so? Oh god, we're back here, eh? I need to put something else in there, like an aura, but I can't really fit an aura there because of obvious reasons. But because it's flame dash, that complicates things. I could replace more duration with flame dash, and that would work. But then what happens with... Are you considered a spell? Yes, you are. So... But because there's nothing it's supporting. Yeah, it wouldn't work that way. Now it's working.
When I'm ready
Lol.
and not before.
I think more duration might just have to take the chill pill for this, sadly. Maybe I don't need flame dash. Let's play without flame dash and see how that feels.
Life is too
A
precious.
swift end.
All right, Katarina. I see you have big crits.
Will never come.
Let's see how that feels.
Mortal.
DPS is much higher. I'll take it. Replica Wings of Entropy got a buff and it's so good for this build. It summons
Your soul burns.
to double strike summons 2 images of your character and they just start double striking with you on the boss. And the boss melts. Oh. So it's kind of like, what's the name of that other melee skill that had kind of like Frozen Legion.
Feed.
Frozen Legion. What's the name of the other guy? Yeah.
Good help is so hard to...
Yeah, I saw that coming. Maybe I should have used Val.
Your soul burns for me. Give your soul to me. Your soul burns for me.
I'm too used to Flame Dash.
Mortal.
Know your place.
Feel death's grip. Darkness walls.
I'm way too used to Flame Dash. I need to have Flame Dash. Like just this little bit of playing around,
Give your soul to
I can quickly tell Katarina will be
burns for me.
problematic without it.
Arise, my children.
So tomorrow, what we're going to do is we're going to set up, or before tomorrow's stream even, I want to set up my Doriani Merc setup, which of course means actually, do I want the DPS from the Doriani or do I want the risky rap gameplay of the non-Doriani? Because like this is still a lot of DPS without the Doriani in question. Yeah, I'm gonna need that Frost Blink.
A swift end.
Approach, challenger.
I should get that Kikazaru. Realistically, there's a universe where I can corrupt it and life is good. What is here? It's kind of comical just how little regen I have on this setup right now. I would like to change that, but like it's just so tight on everything. Like this is my most tattooed character in a long while.
When I'm ready and not before. Body and strike true.
All right, let's complete what just dropped. That guy I think just bugged out because we killed the Spire. You know what we should do? I know exactly what we should do. Actually, it's not as simple as I'm thinking, but vow discipline in our last open slot in the weapon honestly might be the play. Oh god, no. We just click to Abyssal Hordes. We'll do 2 places for this guy, and then when he needs to move again, we're going back to guy number 1. We're trying to make it so that neither of them despawn.
Too much clutter.
Holy. This is not good.
You are nothing.
Okay, we go back because that one has already despawned. It is what it is.
When I'm ready and not
All right, let's go dump everything. So yeah, I think we'll have a valid discipline for single target scenarios where it's going to be helpful. Because like against Katarina, it's very helpful. Is the one in the Google Sheets your current setup? No, this is the high budget version. I will be adding the medium budget soon. I think probably today. Just I'll just go over it one more time because now that I've switched, I think I can now recommend the medium budget. Now we are testing the high budget, which is going to be the final version, which we'll paste and make a video on. My dude, what is going on? We've killed the Spire. Why are you still... I guess you're bugged out, eh?
a swift end.
Still stuck on Paradoxica, but I might be able to upgrade to Void Forge soon. Oh. How does Paradoxica feel? I've seen that like in past seasons, some people opted in for going for Paradoxica as their end game version. And I never fully understood how Paradoxica itself scaled, especially when you compare it to a powerhouse like Void Forge.
Death waits with open arms. The
Cruel mistress with envy, despair. I do not need any of that.
So it's death you want. Rot consume you.
I feel like I'm missing... Oh. I feel like there are some abysses I probably haven't done yet. All right, what?
Ready and not before.
You are still bugged. All right. All right. I will keep this for now, but odds I'm going to sell it. Now for you, I think what we're going to end up with is something like this. 2, 3. We need a blue there. Molten shell, automation, flame dash, moderation takes the bench, and then we go for a vowed discipline. So this is something I would now need to update as well. So we have vowed discipline and vowed molten shell. And we're not running regular discipline, but the idea here is with vowed discipline, if we ever run into a situation where our ES is being drained because we're taking damage and we can't go back up, we're going to press the button and swoop. And because we scale all like so much effects, like effect duration, this actually lasts like 5 seconds, which is quite a while to make sure your ES is just not being delayed. So if you really need a lot of tank in any given moment, you activate these two, you are golden. All right. Easily melts T16s, but T17s and Ubers are hard. I find that, I mean, Change of Command isn't a single target setup to even begin with, but are you using Hateful Accuser? Because this ring makes single targets so much easier, simply because you can now replenish your swords. I personally opted in for a Blessed Rebirth as well, so you know that is really nice to have as well. Before this budget, I was using a medium cluster with Blessed Rebirth and a small cluster with Enduring Composure, but because this is high budget, I was able to opt for the Megalomaniac instead. But yeah, the medium budget should be available soon in case you're looking for something that something to upgrade into. Should be pretty chill. I just need to make sure, like, the medium budget POB started off as a high budget, and then I basically cut down on a lot of the costs to make it a medium budget. So I just need to go over it once again to make sure the budget is actually medium, like medium relative to Change of Command, because Change of Command as a whole it's an expensive build, but like I want to make sure there's nothing outrageously expensive or anything that just snuck its way, like that is still there, and then I'll post it on my spreadsheet, so keep an eye out for that as well. But yeah, that's it for today. I'm gonna be back tomorrow with tomorrow we're going to be doing two things. We're going to be playing around with Doriani Merc. We're going to be probably gearing our current Merc for our high budget setup. I do think not much changes, to be very honest with you, so it's probably just a shield, and even one doesn't change, so we'll see. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate y'all. I will be back tomorrow. Until then, have a